Good morning, everybody. All right, let's get that done. That's good to go. I'll put you on that. Turn down the volume. Oops. All right, we are good to go.
Tataru says, as the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Tataru says, do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Tataru says adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Mayride's Mihan, the finest drinking establishment in Radzathan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Tataru says, now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Haven, and may fair fortune find you.
Alright, we are good to go for that. I just need to see something. All right, let's go to Radzathan. Is my mic muted? No, my mic's not muted. Okay. You have a blue quest for me.
Radiant says, hail, adventurer. I had sincerely hoped you might return to this fair city of ours someday. Radiant says, after all, it is thanks to you and the Scions that I am standing before you now. And as a token of my gratitude, I wish to share something useful with you. Radiant says, although I shan't be the one doing the sharing, seek out my sharp-eyed comrade at Palaka's stand for further details, adventurer. Godspeed.
I have so many quests that I need to do. is that? Beautiful.
My Leel says welcome to May Rides Me Han. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me... My Leel says, ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. My Leel says there he is. Professor Julheen. My Leel says although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mihan's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Miride found out I took coin from Thavnair's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week.
Jalheen says yes.
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder.
Jalheen says, and what may I do for you, my Aos? Jalheen says, well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink.
My Leel says here we are, one of Mayride's finest.
Jalheen says, lovely. Bottoms up.
Julheen empties the cup in a single pull.
Jalheen says that was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that... Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurer. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadar? He was Khan of the Auri tribe which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzatan. His decision to aid the Arkasodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gejazura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadar III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in... Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely, and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadar III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever an natural disaster or hardship befell Radzatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in. Oh, my cup appears to be empty.
That wasn't enough.
I've had but one meager drink, my friend. Surely my learned wisdom is worth a little more than that.
Why don't you tell me something about yourself, Professor?
I am a far less fascinating subject of conversation, you may be assured. If you must know, these days I style myself a professor of history, but in my younger years I worked as an alchemist at the High Crucible. I was blessed with meaningful work, a loving companion, and all was right with the world. Until it was... Ah, but this is too fine an evening for such maudlin talk. Please, let's have another drink and talk about some... Jalheen says I am a far less fascinating subject of conversation. If you must know, these days I style myself a professor of history, but in my younger years I worked as an alchemist at the High Crucible.
No, I didn't.
I was blessed with meaningful work, a loving companion, and all was right with the world. Until it... Ah, but this is too fine an evening for such maudlin talk. Please, let's have another drink and talk about some... Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one.
Myliel says another for the professor.
Jalheen says oh ho ho ho. Today was a
Jalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto.
Where were we? Ah, hick, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused, flatly refused. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables, yes? Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went
today.
after the
Yeah, I
treasure
am,
himself.
Bob. How are
Hasn't
you
been
today?
seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with
I just realized this is not a sponsored stream anymore. I need to take that off. Give me 1 second to hide the sponsored stream.
Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers of the very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the a drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Myliel. More of the same.
Myliel says as you wish. But this one is on your coin.
I'm good, thanks.
Jalheen
well, I'm
drains
glad
yet
to hear
another
that.
cup dry.
Jalheen says anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from show merchant. What? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend.
Myliel says your drink, sir.
Jalheen says marvelous, I am part.
Jalheen gulps down the cup of water.
Pshti. That was water. Did you tell her? Still, that's that's H probably for the bisht. Very kind of you, really. My head will I seem to have
I've had that
doubt.
feeling.
I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan, be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mihan's fine spirits. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune.
You appear to have learned all that Jalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama.
What's over here? Excuse me? Jumping over tables.
Azama says yes, I am Azama. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzardal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzardal III's otherworldly horde, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashar, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. As Alma says, with what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzardal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive. Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
It's such a bad fake. Estinian!
you, sir. Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
Such a bad thing.
If I had
Pretty
but the
good. How are you,
strength to
Antonio?
seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend.
How are you
Someone
this
for
lovely
adventure.
Saturday morning?
But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
I am
Ruins beneath
near.
the bounty.
I am almost at the end of Endwalker.
Here I've acquired a
As much as I would love you to be watching my stream, I will say it is very spoilery. Feel free to ask any questions you want.
Sale, I do believe I've earned a day off.
I would be happy to answer them,
Sir,
but
you'll excuse
I don't want to spoil the story. It is an amazing story.
Mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
Yeah, I am almost 300 hours into this game.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists,
It's okay, I'd rather learn the game. Okay.
those who lost their
Okay.
loved ones in
Yeah,
the final
feel free.
days.
Ask any questions you want, and I would be happy to answer
To
them.
do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice.
Who am I
of the
talking
merchant.
to? Oh, Bob. I am streaming over on YouTube as well
His
as
role was to
Twitch,
draw the attention of the
and that's who I'm
crowd
talking
and
to.
weight the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Gotcha. Yeah, Bob. Yeah. I am, because of the multi-streaming. That's why.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
So yeah, Antonio, any questions you have about the game, do not hesitate to ask. I'll be happy to answer them. Do you know anything about White Mage? Oh, I just saw that question. Sorry. Do you know anything? I know very little about White Mage. My fiance loves playing healer, so I never play healer. But I do know that it somewhat is available. Like, I do know some answers, mostly thanks to my fiance.
Estinian says you will recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Vitri's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant host in Lancework. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiarali and see if he can help us.
Where are we going? Packers, no, beautiful round. We are going here. I might as well jump to Palaka stand, so I can do a place to train. Oh, it's right here.
Radiant says, aha. You must be the adventurer I've heard so much about. Yes. That gleam in your eyes suggests you might be worthy of the burning field after all. Ah. Forgive me. I suppose I ought to show more respect to the hero of Radzatan. You are doubtless quite busy, so I won't waste your time.
My focus is for a bit. What other material I use in my gear? So materia is actually only decent when you're at the upper levels. So,
Permit me to introduce to you
if you were in the novice
the
network,
training arena
they
where we
would
Radiant hone our skills in preparation for felling our enemies in combat.
So materia basically is good just to be basically selling, because you should only be using what is known as the level cap gear. So you should be able to go to any of the 3 major cities, such as Udal, Limsa, or New Gdanea, and you want to talk to the vendor. I forget the exact vendor's name, but what they would do is they will give you what's known as tombstone gear. It is always the best gear you can use, and that actually negates the use of materia, because materia, I'll be honest, I don't use it at all, and even mentors don't recommend it unless you're level 100.
Radiant says you'll find no distractions there, just you and a wooden dummy. Imagine that a fearsome foe stands before you, and strike it with all your might. The design of the dummy itself originates from the Far East, as does the practice of bashing it repeatedly to attain martial mastery. It is said that, she who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against her none can stand. Hey, I can tell you're eager to start training right away. Yes, I've no doubts you're worthy of such a place. In that case, feel free to practice there as you see fit. Simply speak with me when you wish to begin and I shall be your guide. I believe I speak on behalf of the Radiant host when I say it is an honor to provide assistance to an adventurer such as yourself. And with that, let the striking commence.
You now have access to the burning field, an expansion of stone, sky, sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with a sharp-eyed Radiant at Palaka's stand.
quest is that? The Sindri Bear. It's becoming more confusing. Yeah, so what you basically... You just want to use your level cap, because, like, my white mage is 52. So, like, you should have... Let me just get down on the... Let me get into a safe zone, so I don't get attacked. Let me switch over to white mage. Where's my white mage? There it is. So, if basically you want to wear the cleric stuff. It's level 90 gear. You want to wear the level 90 gear, which is like, and you get those. So I'm actually going to go to the city, even though if it's slightly out of my way, I'll show you where you need to go. I'm going to New Gridania only because that's a free transport for me. So you want to talk to a Rowena's representative. That's this girl right here. And then it will automatically, because I'm a white mage, it will automatically give me the healer gear. And then you want, actually, Ironworks is better. Ironworks is level 130. So you basically just want as much gear as you can. So like, as you can see, I already have the magical cane. That's actually what I'm using. And then just and it'll bring it up. So you wanna wear the Ironworks gear. And then if you notice, it doesn't use because it's level 130, it's the highest you can get up until level 60. You can like it doesn't take any material at all. What server are you on? Where did I need to go? It was Great Work, I believe, right? Yeah. Marlboro? Okay, so what I would Marlboro, what I would recommend is if you're not in, I would join the Novice Network if I was you. I would say if you were on Exodus like me, on the Primer server, it would be easy to invite you to the Novice Network, but unfortunately, being on Marlboro, I can't just send you an invite. You to change servers, you will want to go to the major city, I'll do that for you as well. I'll show you as well. Can you please actually tell me your in-game name? So when you're in a major city, what you want to do is you want to visit another world server. So I'm actually going to come. Oh, Marlboro's not in my list. So it's not one that I can just jump to from the city. But what you want to do is, you would want to actually exit, go into the main lobby, and then you can switch data center. You can visit a different data center. But you would be able to do, but what you can do is you can just talk to anybody with a crown. So, like, do you see this person right here? Hazel? She has a little crown beside her name. She has the that's known as a battle mentor. You can walk up to any battle or anybody with a crown.
Avello says Raznar Avello
And
nods to
they
Minion
would be able to
Akurian.
invite you to the Novice Network. Now let's go back to where it was. Great work. And let's do leveling roulette.
Heartgrove Hyperion says /.
Yuzuka Excalibur says hello y'all. D.
Just give me a few minutes to quickly go through this. Give me a few minutes and farm. Sounds good. Love that dad joke. Yeah. I added a bunch of them to my bot. A Thancred quote. Oops. I must just drop my mouse.
Hot Grove says Felix Hot Grove Hyperion snacks on a piece of bread. Hot Grove says Felix Hot Grove Hyperion readies for battle.
Yuzuka Excalibur says I have been, D.
Hot Grove says Felix Hot Grove Hyperion performs an Eastern greeting for Hypertune Prinua.
Oh.
Heartgrove Hyperion says type.
Yuzuka
Yeah.
Excalibur says GGS, D.
I rolled a 1 there. Wow.
Yuzuka Excalibur says finally the green giant is dead, D. After letting him run like 3 times.
I got 2 accommodations for that. Alright, so. Where are we going again? It's not that far. It's right here. Okay. Oops. I have to switch to Dragoon to turn it in.
Matsia says, my friends, what brings you to our... So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Estinian says, have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast?
Waif says, I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You, and I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to
I
play
knew
the
it.
pleading orphan,
I
and convince
absolutely
the
called
crowd
it.
his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have. Well, we...
Estinian says,
Thank
enough.
you, that will help
I
me
know
out a
your
lot.
game,
Now I'm
and I
grinding
paid
to
the
get it.
price willingly.
Sounds good.
A
Let me know
fortunate
how it
purchase,
goes.
as it turns out, for my friend here.
Waif says you were kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army.
Estinian says, I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us there is little.
Waif says, please. I cannot bear the thought of.
What did
Estinian
I
says
call again?
that we could.
Oh,
and
I
assuming
called
we do find
the
this treasure hoard, it may prove
I
wise to
called
have more
the
hands Any ideas on
fantasy.
who
It
to
was
approach?
a fake.
The signs have scattered far and wide since our last. Little Lord Alphino and his sister? Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets.
Gohati and Cryo, maybe?
Kryl may have your hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease?
Waif says yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though?
Estinian says, what is your name, boy? Mayrad says, Mayrad, sir. Estinian says, well, Mayrad, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish. Mayrad says, I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Estinian says, wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city. Mayrad says, thank you, sir. Estinian says, call me Estinian. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Mayrad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path.
Friends for the road is... Oh, we actually go go back to Old Saul. Okay. Okay, I'm just checking something here real quick. No, where is... What was that one? That was. Oh, thank you for the subscription, by the way, Antonio. Give me a moment so I can actually read what you wrote because. Oh. Oh, okay. I was. Thank you for following. Or subscribing, I mean. I'm just trying to do something here real quick. And then I will continue. Roulette. Where is it here? Okay, now we got it here. Alright, so now let's do, where are we going to talk? Right here.
Sanjika says, oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Haven. What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Gryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
What's the one I need to answer here? Does it matter? It does not matter.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition? I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Where are we going? Studium. Okay. Oh, right there. Oops, I ran the wrong way.
Any Rory. Sure. Always. You know how to read. Is that all you need?
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Wonder how long she slept. I thought my game crashed for a moment because the audio cut out.
How long have you two been here? Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Slowly! 2 or 3 days? Really?
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Actually, I can transport. I can just take right there. I think. No, wait, no, I can't.
Clara Lane says, Mistress Haven. I have been made aware of your coming. Please use the lift here.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing. He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperates had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperates now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
We are going to now do... We've already done everything, so we won't get the bonus there, but we'll do trials. Wow.
Umino Famfrit says oh slash.
Moondancer says hi there.
I love this one. No.
Umino Famfrit says GG.
I got 3 combinations. Hell yeah. What quest was this number? This was 809.
Estinian says I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all.
Ishtola says what he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels.
Matsia says we are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Estinian says we will keep an eye out.
134.50.
Ishtola says Alsadal 3. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore?
Tia says, and what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. Orionje says, my friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that. Estinian says, not until we find it, aye, so let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault.
Alright, so that is... There's a blue quest right here, so I'm going to do that while we wait.
Ogul says, ready, then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. Ogul says I have enough to buy passage on a ship, but as for food and other supplies, well, I would feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? At the very least, let us make our report to Kankana and ask what else she has on offer. Come. Show me how fleet of foot you are.
Let's withdraw. Wow, insta kill.
Lyhis says isps.
Mizuno Lamia says cute weapon bun bun.
I lost my chat. There it is. I fucked up my rotation. Damn.
Mizuno Lamia says I don't know swim. Mizuno Lamia says I hate mirrors.
Ooh. Rip. Yay. Damn. No, let me out, let me out. Oh no.
Iltrandi Hyperion says type.
Lyga says GGS.
Mizuno Lamia says GJD.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshar?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away. Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Okay, guys, I will be right back. I need to use the washroom real quick.
Tia says void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. Tia says a fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. Tia says I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. Tia says to think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. Tia says that swirling emptiness. It puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes.
You may now enter Alzadal's legacy with a party of
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness. As did I. Were it not for Unei and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the Void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether? Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Ishtola says so they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished?
Varshan says I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible, and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended.
Ishtola says my apologies, we were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance.
Varshan says that will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzatan.
Where's the doorway? Oh, it's up there.
Varshan says I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of... As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Alchemist says was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? Why the sisters, do not... Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this? Ahem, well, the details aren't important. I shall see it. Varshan says, and with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now?
Ishtola says quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself.
Varshan says indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. Estinian says so much effort for such a little door.
Ishtola says that little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of voidsent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through.
Estinian says no man? I should think Alphino would fit.
Ishtola says physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th.
Valshan says thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I bade them devise a... After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate, but the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus as the gate lay dormant, for years in counting. Tia says our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the crystal. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another voidsent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death.
Ishtola says in any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister.
Valshan says as I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. I had meant to ask. What prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? Valshan says as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little. But the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's... Estinian says then we are of one mind. We had no intention of Isn't that right, my friend?
Ishtola says Your Excellency. Would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it.
Valshan says I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me.
Ishtola says you are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your...
Orionje says would that I could join thee in thy study, but the reports will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my... Tia says and I must be off to Shalian, as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now.
Ishtola says we can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be...
You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest.
Estinians. Valshan says the difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Thank you, Haven. Estinian says Haven and I are in this together. I will follow her example.
Earth says I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. Fire says I, too, felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Wind says yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Water says bah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final. Black says your zeal is admirable, but forget not our. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion, and win redemption for our star. Water says but, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath.
Varshan says, shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Haven, you are to visit Akyar Ali and Yedlimad. Speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the giant school grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta.
I am going to do. What am I going to do next? Oops. Wrong button. Let's do. No, let's do normal raids.
Matsya says, oh, Haven. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You've finished with the boat, then?
Okay, so...
Matsya says, anything the village desperately... Well, I suppose Karlzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can.
Oh no.
Katsuo Ultras says shit. Red Grave Lamia says Varese Poppins Katsuo Ultras, it's time to wake up. Oh, oh. Red Grave Lamia says the Razor Alyssa Shadow Vein Ultras, it's time to wake up. Oh, oh. Katsuo Ultras says GG.
Pang Pong Famfrit says GG. Serrana Lamia says type smile.
Okay.
Chocobo Keep says, well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a Chocobo Porter? Ah. Junkmonger says, greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Omralossi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. Junkmonger says, what could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you? I am willing to go as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Gar. You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street.
Staff says. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kozal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul.
You have spoken with key local figures, and gained an understanding of the populist's hardships. Varshan awaits your report at Megajuta.
Okay, so that is... And it's not very far to do this quest. Oh, it's literally inside.
Kankana says, Haven, safely back from your work on the shore.
Ogle says, my coin purse. Some slippery son of a Dizio snatched it from me, brazen as you please. I lost sight of him in the market, along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodgings? Already my belly cries in protest.
Kankana says, oh, you poor thing. And after all the good work you've done for us, you will stay with me tonight.
Ogle says you would take me in?
Kankana says, I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to a...
Ogle says, I can barely see you through the tears. But, yes, maybe now I can stand to be in the same room as a Mitanga.
Kankana says, I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around with...
Ogle says, thank you.
Kankana says, in fact, why don't we head to my house now, and we can fill that complaining belly of yours? You're more than welcome to. Oh, Haven, something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. We saw a boy jumping out of the window as we approached, and when I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned inside out. Ogle set off in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. Do you think you could catch up with her and see if everything's alright? I'll lock up here, and you can meet me back at my offices when you've found her.
Search for Ogle as well? Oh, she's right just north of us, okay.
Ogle says dung. I lost him again. I swear, it was that same high urine boy who made off with my coin purse, his size, his clothing, it all matches. I was willing to cut my losses and earn more gil, but this insult to my host, it will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favors, and by the Dusk Mother, I mean to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Kankana? Then we start by asking around for more information. I have a feeling we are not the only ones who have fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we act, the better our chances, yes? I say we split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kankana's offices. Junazade says this is second-hand information, mind you, but I hear that the thief you're looking for is barely more than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. Darpasa says there was another robbery? I wonder if it's the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation on his face, I didn't have the heart to chase after him.
Hey, there's a... Can you hear it all? Nope. There's the last one.
Abdi says the recent rash of pickpocketing? Oh yes, I've heard several stories. They say it is likely the work of the same criminal.
Ogle says, well, champion? What have we discovered? So, our tale was a familiar one. And what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They tell me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. And if this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first.
Kankana says Radzat closing its gates left many struggling to make a living, and the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the radiant host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate, then, to have the two of you here to act on behalf of our lawkeepers. So please, accept this as payment. We cannot expect you to work on an empty stomach.
Ogle says a new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this.
Kankanas says but we're still not sure if this stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him.
Ogle says there is a simple way to find out. We lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. If what we suspect is true, then he will likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So, I will play the part of an unguarded traveler, flaunting a heavy purse or some such. Haven, you keep watch for the little pickpocket, and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. Should he lead you to some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I will circle around, and be lying in wait to spring an ambush.
Kankana says that's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed.
Ogle says grandmother always said, if you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. The same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right, then. Let us take our places in the town square, and lay the trap for our quarry. I will try to make the lure something obvious, so you can see it being stolen from afar.
So I'm gonna do that after, because it seems like it's gonna take a while to do that blue quest. The sins we bear.
Sula says it has been some time since I have set foot in these hallowed grounds. In times bygone, there were even more such places in this region, but many were moved to Vanaspati. From one of the divinities worshipped here were these words passed down, that we might send off our departed with its wisdom. Just as life leads to death, so too does death lead to life. Do not shed tears for the departed, for they have but set foot upon a new journey. Be not forlorn that your paths have diverged, but look forward with joy to the day that they might cross again. For as long as I can remember, I followed in my sister's footsteps. In her absence I have felt lost. Whenever I think to forge a path of my own making, my legs become heavy and my heart becomes anxious. Sula says, thank you, Haven. Yazan has a generous soul, and to have your wisdom to buoy me is more than I deserve. Would that I could open my heart to Passerine in such a way. This part of the temple appears to be well kept. Let us check the other side, shall we?
Yeah, let's go in the opposite direction where I want to go. So, we will just now go to Vazathan. The gates are not open, so I'll just jump. Pretty sure this is where I need to go. Or was it here? Oh. Switch to Dragoon. This is gonna level up my Dragoon.
Valshan says, my advisor's return. Estinian says, why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of... Valshan says, be that as it may, The sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart horse. Estinian says fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in their surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Varshan says Palaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant squall to a foreign, but such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been lightened. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyar Ali and yet? Varshan says I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to, which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Haven, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlimad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Levy them? Jesus.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A successful merchant. I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavner, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Oops.
Radiant says thank you for putting forth Karzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Arkanish Tola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Estinian says understood. Thank you. Ishtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? Varshan says I will go with you. Estinian says I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up. Varshan says my clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahuan assumed the office. They understand what need, and I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. Estinian says as you wish. Allow me to lead the way.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
What of the many Voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
That's Satasha.
To call upon such an entity,
that looks like
the prospective
Satasha.
summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the Cloud of Darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So there's no Dungeons, Trials, or Raids coming up until 6.2.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with... Yes, it may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Laporit says Haven. Oh, thank goodness you're here. It's absolutely terrible. Awful. An emergency of cataclysmic proportions. What is it? I don't know, actually. They didn't say. But doesn't it sound simply dreadful? What I do know is Building Way has been asking after you. He said if I happen to see you, I should tell you to hurry over to Kidonia Knolls with all haste. Well? What are you standing around here for? Away with you. Crier says good morrow to you, my lady. Come to see Tataru Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous silk socks? They're so comfortable, you won't even realize you're wearing them. What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress? Crier says heavens, you're the Haven? Mistress Tataru has told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happened to stop by. Please, wait just a moment, I'll go and fetch her immediately.
Question mark says there you are, Haven.
Tataru says sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming, and I can... Tataru says not that I'm complaining. It feels as if only yesterday I was welcoming you as my first customer, yet look... But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. I have a surprise for you. A gift, in fact. A gorgeous, exclusive, and above Island Sanctuary. You heard that right. I, Tataru Taru, am presenting you with your very own... I know you will be tempted to demur with, are you certain? Or you're far too kind, quite certain, and yes, I know, but I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I have seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. You rose to become the champion of Eorzea, and now, a hero known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. Tataru says as I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide, the sea. In an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for moms, even you should be free. So, what do you say? Yes? Tataru says oh, I'm clairvoyant, didn't you know? By the by, I see great fortune. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Morbidrida, look for Baldin, a skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expected. Ishtola says if we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? Ishtola says somewhat of Scholark Montage Hain? Ishtola says he did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more.
Ishtala is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Ishtola behind by entering. If you
Montechain says our visitors, and quite esteemed.
Ishtola says pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archive.
Montechain says oh ho. No furtive. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden? Fascinating. I had no idea such a
Ishtola says I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has lain dormant in Charleon's archives for many.
Montechain says, and if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend.
Ishtola says that is, in fact, precisely.
Montechain says, to what end, pray?
Ishtola says to develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward?
Montechain says ha ha ha. Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Forsheno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured.
Ishtola says I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Forsheno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Levair estate and plead our case.
Montechain says one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discovery. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity.
Ishtola says of course, Scholark. We will be sure to pay.
Montechain says the forum can be a cantankerous beast. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction.
Yeah. Jesus.
Butler says Mistress Haven, Mistress Isht.
Ishtola says we've come to speak with Master Forshino. Is he home?
Butler says yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform. Forshino says well, Emil Lance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have. Then pray proceed, you have my full attention. Forshino says well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time.
Ishtola says Scholar Montage expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary.
Forshino says, of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge?
Ishtola says for a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings. But it feels a worthy cause to pursue. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be.
Forshino says reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for a. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations, and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex.
I want to see something real quick before I do this. 112.
Ishtola says so. What did the forum decide?
Montichain says, to put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Shalian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that a student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members. Montichain says then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe. Montichain says it served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in.
Ishtola says that is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking.
Forsheno says yes, well. As I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Montichain says ever the same, that one.
Ishtola says uncompromising? Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one. Ishtola says that went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes. And now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy.
Montichain says you'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume?
Ishtola says you presume correctly.
Montichain says then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section.
Ishtola says excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help.
Montichain says oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek.
Ishtola says shall we?
Ishtola is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Ishtola behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Ishtola accompany.
Where are we going? Wait, there's a blue quest right there.
Student says Haven, welcome back. Are you perchance here to seek Ryle? I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray wait a moment.
Curl says Haven, my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had.
Tia says for you to call on Haven. I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which, I am pleased. Tia says so if Haven is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite.
Curl says not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to. As you know, our organization, the Students of Baldessian, was founded by my grandfather. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we've fulfilled our mission. But our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we've also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. Krull says, "'Tis my belief that, in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission." Krull says we best honor those we lost when the Isle of Val was destroyed. Krull says, "Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose." Krull says, "In line with said purpose, I've been reviewing new requests, and one in particular jumped out." Krull says it comes from none other than Rambros, of the Sons of St. Cor.
Tia says, "Truly? Has something happened in..."
Krull says, "So it would seem, and he wishes to entrust the matter to us." While his missive is sparse on details, he writes that it lies beyond the Sun's expertise. "Uncharted territory" are the exact words he used. "I'd like you to meet with Rambros and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you?" Krull says, "Wonderful. When you are ready, pray make your way to Revenant's Toll. I shall let Rambros know to receive you. I must remain here to oversee our operations, but should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word."
Tia says, "Well, there's no time like the present. If you could go on ahead to Revenant's Toll, I shall make ready and then be on."
Yeah, so I'm not going to Revenant's Toll. I'm gonna go... It's another blue quest? Oh my god, what's with all the blue quests?
Nemgigi says, "He, it appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot, I would encounter none other than Haven, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my map that I stood here for. Well, let's not concern ourselves with that." Nemgigi says, "I am Nemgigi, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We work with the Atioscope, to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled Diatoporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival."
Page says, "Osich on wise HTOL and Guest identified. Do y uesh to PR okidine to tihi rest rect ad Osichives? Foel allow me, if you WULD. What ECHYRSF, and please notate EH at the use of Narkedef Lames Dias Coerged."
House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Journal says today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. Eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential. Insignificant, even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Disquisition says in the year 1564 of the 6th astral era, the Amulja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic, lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What, then, might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made God truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Demir says the following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Ishtola will need to make the final confirmation.
Yay! That sounds like what I needed.
Ishtola says have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Well done, Haven. I think you may have found our prize.
That sounds like what I needed.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. a talent which sorely tested the Radiant host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Ishtola says, as much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded, for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum.
Page says yo SSHWLBC on VED. SHOULDYOESH2 and do large in M4 by DDN literaturi, IWLBH. Piedron MOD abled. SX.
Ishtola says if anyone can help us, Nadhana can. I say we return to Thavnair and look for her at the great work.
Claudian says greetings, Haven, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I am sure MGG has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally.
I think I
am
did the wrong
Claudian.
quest.
Claudian says I must admit, I have been nervous about this meeting ever since MGG set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell.
Nemgigi says the professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlian, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless.
Claudian says peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the anti-tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Hydaelyn, and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Acioscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite, which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown.
Yeah, I
We
should have
found
got
that
the
it
great
possessed
work,
an
not
ethereal
here.
density that
Oops.
exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not. Claudian says unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the but thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Claudian says here is the crystal in question. Claudian says if it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree. Claudian says as I thought, you do know what this is. Please. I see. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable
Nemgigi says similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor?
Claudian says Ascian memories. Windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation. Unlike the crystal in Haven's story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who, then, could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ether?
Nemgigi says Professor.
Claudian says her. Yes?
Nemgigi says I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do?
Claudian says what? Ah. Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry, I do so. Perhaps some more, engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact.
Voice says if anyone, message, come, faces, grave threat, star, in danger.
Excuse me.
Claudian says that expression does not bode well. Pandemonium? 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nemgigi, Ruis Enord, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, Claudian says as for you, Haven, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who is delivered. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. Claudian says I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to Claudian says I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every Claudian says so I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where pandemonium is, and if we need. Claudian says thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to
Great work.
Nidana says Ishtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me.
Ishtola says I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak.
Nidana says will it now? Nidana says by the sisters. This is the mark of House Demir. I never.
Ishtola says few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted art.
Nidana says it was. But, that means every word within is a forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Nidana says to think that Demir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the century?
Ishtola says now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Makadama?
Nidana says I say yes. 1,000 times. Work on a Demir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Shaolin trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist.
Ishtola says you are a woman after my own heart.
Nidana says oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum one? So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations. Nidana says if the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single...
Ishtola says then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components. Ishtola says Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water.
Nidana says for such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of...
Ishtola says that sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitru to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it, then? We meet back here.
Hey. I'll take that. Oop. And I'll take this. I need to queue up for... Wow.
Erna Folksin says oh slash, Takiushi Excalibur says hi all.
Shire says oh slash.
Takiushi Excalibur says no need to worry about fires. I'll heal through damage up. Takeuchi Excalibur says thanks all. Erna Folkson says GG.
Shire says tie. Tiroro said
A bone.
Okay, so I'm going this way now. Oh. Let's now also do Voided Trials. Oops. Fucked up my rotation.
Ultima weapon is all-powerful! Why does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Brea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Brea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. From the deepest pit of the seven hells, to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble! Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Excuse me. Finally. No accommodations for any of you. Actually, I'll give the accommodation to the healer. Party finder.
Nehru says a Heimheru dotes upon copy you system.
Whoa.
Hoshino Madu Incestan.
I don't have flight yet.
Soft Behemoth says a cab.
Oh. No flight.
Roz says Selena Roz dotes upon pending fending adamant was. Sasaki Famfrit says Typh.
Sarf Behemoth says Typh.
Abs Behemoth says Typh.
Sheep Hyperion says O/.
Let's go back to MSQ now. Stuck to...
Ishtola says, do you have that flask? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Haven. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right, then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins.
Estinian says, will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Varshan says, not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akia Ali.
Ishtola says your excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we?
Radiant says the ship is yours to command. Varshan says our thanks. We set sail at once. Nidana says, oh, this is so exciting. Alzardal's legacy, to see the truth of the legend with mine own eyes. Radiant says all aboard for the treasure vault.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well. And we are glad for it. Let us begin, shall we? into the void.
Return it is then.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos.
As soon as this cutscene is over, I'm going to quickly run to the washroom, so anybody who's watching, I will be right back afterwards.
Request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Yeah, I will be right back. I need to use the washroom. Alright, we are back. Let me look to see which one is... Which is which? That's... not that one. Is it fending, maybe? Yeah, it's fending. Okay.
Ishtola says once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours.
Estinian says, to be honest, I've no interest in visit. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first.
Ishtola says, why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Perhaps they once did, but availing ourselves of Allegan insights tends to be an involved process in and of itself. Nay, I believe a more straightforward approach is in order, consulting with the engineers of Garland Ironworks. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energy. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Ishtola says, come, let us visit their operation in Raelger's Reach and commission their best and brightest.
Okay, well, we're going this way.
Engineer says, Haven. What brings you to the Ironworks?
Ishtola says we have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available?
Engineer says, Master Sid. Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. Sid says, a pleasure as always. I hear you have a... heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting in that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place.
Ishtola says, and how might we achieve that?
It says we have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in a... We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's
Ishtola says a suit of armor, as you said.
It says Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just... If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to
Ishtola says understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be...
Sid says the hard part will be ducking Jesse and a constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what...
Ishtola says I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work, and see how Nidhana is getting on with the mock atom.
Oh, it's inside.
Ah, Ishtola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log, dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Wow, my battery is 5%. Where's my...
I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my
Please plug my
sister and
headphones
I
in.
will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Ishtola says you surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion.
Estinian says 'twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm.
Ishtola says what of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void.
Estinian says when I was one with Neathawk, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts. His endless rage my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatosk's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you.
Ishtola says I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself.
Valchance says one of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Valchance says, and so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available? Official says all the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for Valchance says good. Please inform me when you've completed. Valchance says as you heard, we will have you settled in Megad.
Ishtola says as ever, you are most gracious.
Valchance says you risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Adaya, providing comfortable quarters.
Ishtola says I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly.
Stormlight says Seth. Stormlight swipes excitedly at his tombstone. Nothing happens. Stormlight says Seth. Stormlight takes a photograph.
Ishtola says on that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time.
Estinian says all I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant host to pass the time. Valchance says you know what this means to me, Haven, but my purpose need not. we are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. Stormlight says Seth Stormlight strikes a pose. Seth Stormlight strikes a pose.
El Settle says Eleanor El Settle caresses her tombstone in search of succor.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Valshan says excellent timing, Haven. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task, and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Work. Let us head there at once.
Okay. Oh, there's Sterling.
Ishtola says there you are, Haven. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short a time.
Valshan says our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't.
Ishtova says she rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the ironworks arrive with the warding scales.
Sid says, did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happened.
Ishtola says right on cue. 'Tis good to see, but for the president himself to attend. Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you?
Sid says, you know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope? It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. Skavar says it was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. Biggs says as the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep. Wedge says, but enough bragging, here are the scales. Varshan says, with these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. Sid says, don't mention it. Midgard Surmer came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do. Varshan says, thank you. Sid says, well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand. Nidana says, wait. Varshan says, Nidana. Is aught the matter? Nidana says, before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish. Will you please come with me? Varshan says you would not delay us without good cause. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a... Skavar says, he's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could... Sid says the kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that God's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
That is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Radiant says the satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Alzadal III, I cast open this door unto the Void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate. It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world, and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Oh. Do I have any... Wait, $114. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, Lily?
It's going. I'm just popping in to say hi because I'm in the car.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna come on? I'll probably be streaming till I want to say 10:30 at the earliest. Is it probably earliest?
10:30 my time?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
yeah,
you want
today's
to,
moving day and we've still got to clean out the rest of the apartment.
Yeah, I figured as much. That's why. But if you wanted to stop in.
Yep. When I get home, when shit is done.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll catch
Yeah,
you later.
I'm currently queued up for Felcourt, so I can progress in 6.2.
Ooh, Troya.
Yeah.
I like that dungeon.
I would say I would wait for you, but I don't want to wait all day.
Excuse me. My character is freaking in. What's the current expansion? Dawn Trail. Thank you very much.
I know. But I also have to get. Ravner wants me before 6.25 comes out. I better be in Dawn Trail.
You mean 7.25?
That's what I said.
You said 6.
Oh, did I? Oh.
And I am siding with Revna because you need to get your ass on the ball. I feel that. The shoes your mom gave me, while they are comfortable because I'm breaking them in, they are killing my feet.
I like turtles.
And I'm at 115 collectibles out of the 300 I need.
I thought you said last night you were at 120.
I miscounted.
Mm.
I thought I was at 121 when I was at 112.
Oh, okay. Well, alright. We're going to go gas up the car, and then I don't know where the hell we're going after that.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
have fun. Stay safe.
Always.
We're in a flood watch.
Yeah, we're in a flood watch right now. It's been raining constantly all week.
Well, then, ask one of the Pokemon gods to change the weather for you.
It doesn't work that way, sadly.
If it worked that way, I probably would.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have fun.
Catch you later.
Talk to you later.
Yep. Okay. You're probably gonna have to tweet me if you can. Because I'm driving, I can't really be on my phone.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Wait, no. Okay, here we go. Bye. Hello?
Disconnect. Yeah. Where is... Where is regen? Where is regen? Oh my god. Ah! Miner. Where was that guy? He must have respawned. Now I can go back to mining. There's the mineral deposit I need. Yay, that's number 116.
Keelui Hyperion says /.
Silly Behemoth says // / hello.
Keelui Hyperion says don't apologize. Always watch them.
Silly Behemoth says agree.
Ilyari Excalibur says you only get the new experience once, so enjoy it.
Hey, Nick, welcome in. This is the first time I'm doing this dungeon, so I may not reply right away. Whoa, what the hell? Oh no. Oh, I died. Level 91.
Keelyui Hyperion says, as a certified Burger King client, I like big pulls, efficient murder, and people taking the time they need to enjoy the story. Is that my mount? Was that my mount? That looked like my mount.
Uh-oh, I've doomed. Oh. Fucked up my rotation. There's no treasure chest?
Ilyari Excalibur says all the Abyssos weapons look so good. 3.
Silis Behemoth says yup.
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels. Carmelione, archfiend of Earth.
Ilyara
and
says
first
Seraph
of Gormaz's
Ilyara Excalibur
circle.
appeals to her audience with a flourish.
Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Oh, I'm dead.
My blade thirsts for blood. Protect me, my minions. I give you a taste through despair.
Whoa.
Stubborn mortals. Feel your love.
I didn't die that time.
Defeated by you.
Of course it did.
Silly Behemoth says GG.
Ilyara Excalibur says GG.
Silly Behemoth says ////.
Keely Hyperion says GG.
Omega. Silly Behemoth says.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways. Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us.
Yes, he does.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but they are doing construction directly below me, in the apartment right below me.
Ishtola says this castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here.
You don't hear anything but my voice? Awesome. That just means that my noise cancellation is working.
From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter the Fell Court of Troya with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu.
Varshan says the warding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here. But with now, I would sense Ardaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Estinian says might you not call to her? Let her know. Varshan says alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is borne upon ether. 'Tis liable to draw more voids and... Estinian says I see.
Ishtola says in any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolate. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's
my
occupants.
absolute
An
favorite
understanding of their ways may prove useful to our
from
cause.
Heaven's Wood. Is Hertzefount.
Estinian says
is my absolute favorite.
Let's hope a few of them. Varshan says let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries.
I wish I would stop doing that. So, am I in? I'm inside. That's so weird. I'm inside the dungeon. Oh, excuse me.
Voids and says grrrrrrrr. Voids and says garage.
The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it.
Voids and says, what enticing ether you have. Give me some. Give me some. Or, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Voids and says, fine, fine. I'll find someone else to eat.
While able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere.
Voids and says, the mistress' eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. Voids and says, but now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. Voids and says, no mistress. No orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now?
The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance.
Voids and says, I serve. I obey. Please don't eat me. A dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already.
You've learned all you can from this voidsent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned.
Valshan says, I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation with.
Ishtola says, my experience was much the same. Lower rung voids and tend to have lower intelligence.
Estinian says, a pity Skarmiglion is dead.
Ishtola says, what of you?
Valshan says, a clever voidsent in the dungeon. Estinian says that would be the area in which we emerged.
Ishtola says, indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this voidsent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it.
Valshan says to the dungeon, then.
Radio. Oh.
see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
But how? The light just now. Of course.
Oh, who was
And
she?
thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the Void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the Void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then?
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Strictly speaking, I'm Haven Tia.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Ishtola says as much as one might expect the unexpected. I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us about herself and about her world.
Far away.
Voidsent says so. I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? Varshan says we were looking for a Voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it. About yourself. Voidsent says so it is information you seek. What do you offer for it? Varshan says, I beg your pardon? Voidsent says Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the void. Varshan says that makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here.
Ishtola says Voidsent crave one thing alone, Aether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life.
Voidsent says very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay.
Ishtola says then we have a bargain.
Voidsent says if we're to talk about the void, let us do so outside. Come with me.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, Voidsent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat Voidsent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance. Its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I've neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
Then call me what you will. I care not.
How about 0?
Why 0?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. 0, then.
I just wanted to see something here real quick.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us. Did you say something?
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
Valchance says I must say, we are rather exposed here. Valchance says perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. Valchance says the throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there.
0 says moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. Ishtova says you shall have it as soon as we've arrived.
Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Naramata says, "Hi, I'm curious, what's the NPC name PLS?" In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Pax says, which one? 0? Greater than. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Are you a fan of Vampire Hunter D? It's an anime.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Naramata
Very
says,
well.
"Is it a lady in all black Reaper Claudius?" Pax says also, "Oops."
You're mine!
I still love the full of water froth and foam scene.
I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty.
I need to go open my window. It is way too hot in
But
here.
in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest.
Pax
even
says,
should
"But
soul be
Yamano did the
separated
art for
from flesh."
Vampire Hunter D."
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another,
So of course
it's
Zero is
possible to
based on the
return
character
again
Smile.
and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too.
Naramata says she looks a lot like Lady Maria from Bloodborne.
Drifting souls, by my power, be reborn!
But again, that whole job is just Bloodborne coded Sue.
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger.
As per hotness, she's not really my type, but I do see it.
We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier. Every soul
quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
He hastens their regeneration.
You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
This bodes ill.
Oh, excuse me.
Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Stand together!
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine. However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn void stone into crystal.
What is this power?
You will tremble before my crude strength!
Attend to the minions first.
Keep going!
That's far enough.
I died. We resume from midway.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
Teamcraft?
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing.
I did see this cutscene already, so I'm just gonna skip it.
However incurred.
Alright, let's try this again.
I will repay it here and now.
She can turn void stone into crystal.
What is this power?
You will tremble before my crude strength!
on!
Another debt to be paid.
I must deal with you. I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, darling. Very well. Let us return the favor.
Medicav the Seventh Dawn. That's one way to call it. GG.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Who is that?
I, Golbez, have called you forth
Golbez.
hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift?
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains. But it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya. Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Ishtola says, in light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say.
Estinian says, Haven, you've come to the 13th before, yeah? But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the Natural Order. Do you remember aught out of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's?
Zero says there are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about.
Estinian says please do.
Zero says the more you devour, the more powerful you grow. But in the process, your essence is blended with those of. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct voids and once more. Zero says, and before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings, who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you.
Valchance says yet despite his greater strength, Scarmiglione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there other?
Zero says not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. Ishtola says I believe we understand the fundamentals of. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about? Zero says what you saw should speak for itself. I combined the ether of the soul and. Many wielded this power during the Contrama Moria, but I'm the only one left. Ishtola says I am told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called Orosite. Are they in Memoria one and the same? Zero says Orosite, I do not know this word, but the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere. But it does sound. Ishtola says how does one come to wield Memoria? And what happened? Zero says I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that voids and can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm. Ishtola says, I see.
Varshan says 0, I wish to ask you he may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him?
0 says the name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him.
Varshan says then we must try talking to the other.
Ishtola says let us entrust the task to Havan. Her echo will help this. More importantly, she should be able to maintain her composure better than a concerned sibling.
Varshan says that, I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime.
Alright, let's go. This way.
Voids and says so the clever one hadn't been eaten? If no one wants it, then perhaps. Golbez? Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless. Those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee. Though soon there will be nowhere to run.
It seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed.
Voids and says if the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, yes, she did.
It seems the archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them.
Voids and Sazak, the tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you, I mustn't teach you. Golbez? I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions. And those minions have minions. No one ever sees him.
With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him.
Varshan says welcome back, Haven. Were you... So countless voids and answer to the archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision.
Ishtola says Scarmilione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the archfiends conquer other...
Estinian says the question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself? We could target his other archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this island. Varshan says, Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Adaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez is her, then I must to that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest?
Zero says, forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, none here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Protection? I have no need of such. I was a prisoner, yes, but only because I couldn't be bothered to resist. I could have easily broken free had I desired to do.
Estinian says, if you're truly such an aimless creature, then you could do worse than to join us. You needn't expend as much energy to defend yourself as you would alone.
Zero says, trying to be clever, are you? But even if you had a point, your protection isn't enough to...
Varshan says, very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we...
Zero says, that's all you had to say. Everything else was...
Estinian says, fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary.
Zero says, I know the latter. I'll take you there. Ishtola says, I assume you also know how we can get... Zero says, I was brought here on a mount. We can leave this... Ishtola says, now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terrace. Zero says, given our numbers, we'll need a large one. But regardless of size, all can be one.
Varshan says, excellent. Let us go and find...
Voidsent says, not good. Lord Golbez must hear.
Hey.
Zero says we should be able to find him out here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready?
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals! Why didn't I sleep here? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair. I don't want to believe.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Zero says this is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a voidson's nature to consume. Their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the voidsent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another. But whether any of those masters in turn served Gulbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Zero says most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate.
Varshans says we shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza.
Zero says you're going too, of course? In which case, I shall accompany you. Zero says I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Zero says then it's settled. I'm ready when you are.
Where is it here?
Zero says ready.
Zero is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Zero behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Zero accompany you again, Return and speak with her at the original location.
We are going this way.
Voids and says to walk around with her like that. You're her minion, then?
Zero says you know I don't take minions. She has some questions, and I want you to answer them.
Voids and says Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Scarhook. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That is all I can tell you.
Zero says Skahuk was a powerful voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez.
Voids and says stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Golbez, Golbez. I've heard the name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
Zero says a crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this?
Voids and says Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw.
Zero says I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more.
Voids and says you're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die. So it is, so it is. What brings you here, then? Ah yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently, he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all.
Zero says perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. Satisfied with what you've learned? Ah, but let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. Zero says I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Sarayato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way.
only did the mortals conquer Troya, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. Yet the very notion was an absurd! Drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Galvez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence! No place!
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Zero says Farfarello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way.
Iriato says, oh, whatever will I do now?
Zero says Sarayato. This is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello?
Iriato says. Iriato says Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right.
Zero says left? That doesn't sound like him at all.
Iriato says well, he's gone, alright? What more do you want me to say?
Zero says and off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Soriato's behavior? I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No, he would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. As he says, Farfarello is gone. But that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Soriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually. No. We must go after Soriato. Now.
I should probably go this way, I think. Yep.
Zero says Soriato, we need to talk.
Iriato says there's no time. The wind rises. We must flee.
Zero says the wind rises? What was he talking about? After him. What's gotten into you? What do you mean, the wind rises?
Uriato says when the wind rises, she comes. Barbaricia.
Zero says Barba, Richia? Who in the world is that?
Uriato says we must flee, all of us. There's no time.
Zero. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him.
Uriato says we're doomed. There's no way to...
Zero says what are you running from?
Uriato says I already told you. Barb.
Zero says Archfiend, you say?
Uriato says we will be devoured or forced to serve. To fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, I didn't want to fight anymore. That is why I fled and came.
Zero says I see. That explains everything. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend. Not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you were Barbaricia's minion. There's only one explanation. Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour, and not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being?
Uriato says, how did you know?
Zero says it wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange. As if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarello's behest.
Uriato says I can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. He feared Barbaricia more than anything. Hated the endless, so he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again.
Zero says rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of...
Uriato says for all the good it did. I can still hear his voice in my head. He's
Zero says when you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been dead. And now that desperation has joined with Soriato's fear, driving him to act erratically.
Uriato says this place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten. Neither me nor Farfarello.
Zero says then tell me about Barbariccia. I would know who...
Uriato says it's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can...
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
Was that Diet Coke, I wonder? In Frosty?
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
It was Diet Coke.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
Estinian says the less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Varshan says indeed. And yet, my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero?
Zero says for what? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be.
Estinian says agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now.
Zero says a word of warning. Barbaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memoria will suffice. You do that. And if you fail, well, you'll just have to search elsewhere for answers. Ishtola says rest assured this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ajdaya. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. Ishtola says we need only wait for our quarry to come to us.
Varshan says indeed. If our struggles with Scarmiglione taught us aught, 'tis that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Varshan says let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity.
Two, yep.
Zero says if we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel by Nisroch.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Rylsu says I was planning to go Ist, but I can do any tank/healer. Dragon says healer is probably better, right? If not, I can go tank. Rylsu says healer is in need, so higher odds of forcing a pop right now. Dragon says okay, white mage it is. Rylsu says oh no, they're not that. Dragon says everyone goes through the cutscene bit. Just enjoy. Dragon says final days? Rylsu says the way I see it, anyone who's getting impatient with you for wanting to watch a cutscene needs to go get a drink.
Oh.
Rylsu says thanks for the catch, I misclicked. Dragon says Barbarica. I think I kind of butchered the name. Rylsu says hairy lady. Dragon says she can get a bit messy at times, so good healers can help. Rylsa says ha 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 good. Rylsa says you have one good healer and one chaotic will take damage for crits healer. Dragon says if I can power heal through M7N, I can do almost anything.
What is M7N?
Dragon says new normal raid. Rylsa says oh I guess I survived that too. Dragon says let's just say some of the new raids get messy in a hurry. Rylsa says that one is particularly fun. Rylsa says oof that is a time limit. Dragon says aim for the end of 7.0 to start. Adjust as necessary. Rylsa says I feel like you've been playing for a while though. I've seen your name around before, I'm sure of it. Rylsa says okay maybe only in the past year but I'm sure I've run into you a few times. We probably never said anything to each other before, but you have a memorable name. Rylsa says less than 5 minutes my butt. Dragon says it will be better than 21 minutes.
What did Reverend just send me? Oh god, what's the cats? What did the cats say?
Dragon says gives me time together.
Yay, it popped.
Yuzukan Ultra says /.
Uwa says Lolaguna Uwa Hyperion gives an enthusiastic lally ho. Dragon says hi all.
Arid Hyperion says /.
Uwa says Lolaguna Uwa Hyperion takes a photograph of Barbarisia. Bjornson says Ravenscraft Bjornson Lamia draws his weapon.
Mizushima Hyperion says /.
Bjornson says Ravenscraft Bjornson Lamia readies for battle.
Rylsa says good evening.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
Uwa Hyperion says it's a lifestyle at this point lol.
I need to eat food.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Oh, that hurt. I fucked up my rotation. Rip.
My legs are as the wind. Soft, strong, and free. Try this.
You've done well to last this long. But the battle was only just begun.
I totally thought there was going to be an active time battle.
Dodge this if you can. I'll make it. Don't underestimate me. Feel my fury. Know your place.
GG.
Yuzukan Ultra says GG.
Uwa says Lolagoonal Wa Hyperion lets out a cheer.
Arid Hyperion says GG.
Dragon says thank you all.
Mizushima Hyperion says GG Carrot.
Bjornson says Ravenscroft Bjornson Lamia celebrates victory. Dragon says congrats on the clear. Bjornson Lamia says easy money.
Rylsa says well done.
8/19/15.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet... You're finished. Damn it all!
Rylsa says enjoy the journey, wool. Dragon says hopefully, that gets you moving forward Haven. Dragon says enjoy the story, Rylsa says until next time.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Ishtova says though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate. Being part Voidsent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move.
Valchance says how long do you suppose she will remain?
Ishtova says I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There, she would be guaranteed all she requires.
Varshan says Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to... Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Haven, might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricia's memoria? It may yet... Voids and says, oh? What happened to her? Estinian says you have business with Zero? Voids and says we have a newcomer, a former Let her know when she wakes, will you? Varshan says Barbaricia's minion.
Ishtola says why not go and find this newcomer? So we have something to tell Zero.
Varshan says indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Haven? With luck, we might learn something. Voids and says you're the ones who felled Barbaricia. I won't make trouble. I'll obey. So please, let me stay. Varshan says if you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. Voids and says there isn't much I can tell. Only the archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. Varshan says I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? Voids and says he has these scepters, staves, whatever they are, he uses them to talk to those far away. Varshan says not unlike link pearls, at least in function, that will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied, so let us rejoin the others and head home.
Okay.
I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart?
You would not be free to... do I... is there anything I need to do here? Yeah.
Varshan says back to Troya, then, and then.
Wonder how long they stood there for.
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
A moment while I close the gate. There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Alright, so...
Attendant says, Mistress Tia, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I
Are
will
you
show you
seriously?
to
That
the
was
guest
a-
chamber.
That was a fast quest.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
Does it say how long this cutscene is?
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void scent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void-sent, rendering it dominant. Thus we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel. Were Zero wholly void-sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
'Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
I will be right back, everybody. I am going to take a very quick washroom break. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Let's just quickly update this.
Ishtova says, if I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation.
Valshan says, by all means. I shall do the same for this vessel. Estinian says, then I'll go and meet with the soldiers. Share with them what I learned fighting Voidsant in the 13th. Valshan says, what of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? In that case, might I trouble you with a small task?
Oh, excuse me.
I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Mayride's Mihan and ask for suitable refreshments? X. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon.
Where are we going? Right here. Where are we going? We are going all the way over there.
Mayride says, welcome to Mayride's Mihan. Please make yourself comfortable. What? A guest of the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Mayride says, of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire.
What am I supposed to ask? It doesn't say.
Mayride says, while that might be perfect for an adventurer preparing to raid a treasure vault, I fear it would be too much for someone coming out of a long slumber. Mayride says I would recommend something gentler on the stomach, like these apples here. They've just come in, and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Attendant says welcome back. Lest you worry, Mistress Nidhana has been taking good care of our guest. Attendant says will you be joining them now?
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
That would scare the shit out of me.
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow. That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing. But diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Zero says this world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze.
Varshan says glad am I to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see?
Zero says perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? While I don't expect I'll collapse again, it would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary.
Varshan says May rides me han it is, then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, my Leo.
Varshan and Zero are now a company. You can leave your quest, if you...
That's not where I need to go.
Myleel says welcome to May Rides Me Han.
Varshan says greetings, Myleel, and may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay.
Myleel says yes, Mayride has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you.
Varshan says to us here that Haven obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, 'tis certainly a quick and convenient food.
Zero says I'll remember it. Who are the ones there, moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating?
Varshan says the dancers, they move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. 'Tis a form of entertainment, part of our culture.
Zero says how needlessly complicated. We voids and prefer simpler pleasures.
Varshan says that may be the way of it now, but your world, too, must have had such complicated diversions once.
Zero says, I don't remember.
Varshan says well, let us move on. I propose we visit Walshan Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found.
Zero says what are all these things for? What do you do here?
Varshan says this is a marketplace, where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Radzatan has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it.
Zero says so that's what tomestones are for. Voidsant returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. Zero says they struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them.
Varshan says on that subject, there appear to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged?
Zero says we do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it.
Varshan says I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. Varshan says with that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemy.
this way.
ISU says, why, Master V true? How may we serve you this day? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we are still tending to it. Varshan says, no, there is no rush. Pray take as much time as you require, and know that I have complete faith in your work. Varshan says the High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies, and can provide you with healing as well. Varshan says, now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own?
Zero says it's hardly uncommon in our world. When given a chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones.
ISU says, oh, you must be the rumored guest. We've been most eager to meet you. ISU says, if you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales.
Zero says no. I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter.
Varshan says, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time and return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so.
Now where do we go? This way. Nope, this way.
Zero says, some sort of fruit? Pitiful things, though. I imagine you'd need to eat a lot to...
Varshan says these are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our fame. Varshan says furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a...
Zero says, is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other
Voice says Master Vitor. And Haven too.
Varshan says, if it isn't young Mayrad. And that must be your sister, Yazra. Mayrad says, yes, your excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all...
Yazra says, oh. Just the other day, Estinian came to see us.
Varshan says, truly. Estinian paid you that as well. Mayrod says, is she a new friend?
Zero says friend. You know what that is?
Mayrod says what? You mean you don't? Varshan says she is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar.
Yazra says then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to... Zero says play with. Zenas seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? Zero says then I'm no closer to understanding it. Why he traversed the great expanse, why he risked life and limb, for you. But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Zenas. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. Yazra says I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. Zero says there's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of...
Mayrod says well, we had better get back to our errand.
Yazra says goodbye. It was nice meeting you. Zero says through Zenas, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you.
Only from Mog Station.
Varshan says I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and to us in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Varshan says come, let us return to Megaduta.
Merlathotep says yeah, and it's split weirdly too. The boots are part of the pants, and the gloves are stuck to the jacket. The earring and hat are cool though. 3.
Attendant says welcome back, Mistress Tia. Will you be heading to the guest chambers?
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria. My mother was one such Memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part Void Sent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Void Sent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a Void Sent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. Which gives me cause to hope there may be a way to restore light and life to the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Varshan says though our time in the Void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives. And it cannot be overstated how fortunate. Varshan says but the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend. For your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenge. Varshan says Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister. and that we shall return home together.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
It was no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Canyenso's cooperation.
Yeah, there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for scheming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow.
Ha-ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free. As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
Varshan Cesar, Haven. As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. Varshan says you will recall that, in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At Ishtola's suggestion, I began providing said ether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable, and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I would set forth for the void once more.
Hey, Tak, thank you for following. Did I miss some chat? Oh, nope. That was spam. Let me just go back to see if I missed any chat. Nope, I didn't.
Varshan says excellent. I shall inform Ishtola and Estinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemists. Varshan says in the meantime, might I ask you to fetch Zero? Varshan says she was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting Uj and Karma. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Varshan says once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here.
Where am I going? I am going to the crystal. Oh, it's above me. We have a... Oh, that's a pain in the ass. There's an ether code right there. See if I can fall on it. Nope. Let's try that again. See if I can go this way. Ah. Now let's switch to my paladin. Okay, so we which one do I have left to do? 5, 6, 7, 8?
Everyone is so carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxury is a loss to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end, at times a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed, or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why. What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it. Why are you here? Was there something you needed? So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
Hey, there's a coat right here. Yay! Oh no, I might have to go the long way around now. Oops.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
What is it?
He's calling.
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, If she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the Void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to
Please tell me the pod cover of it. Thank you, Wisebot.
We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
$52.28.
Tia says, what are you going as, Tia? Tia says, I'll go WHM then. Delta says this guy's getting 3 calms. Tia says lol.
Oh.
Tia says Drahatia gives an enthusiastic lally-ho.
Dia says surely I remember how to WHM.
Delta says I have like 11 food things left. Delta says pause.
Pause? Okay.
Delta says I got a tip. Spam holy until stun immune. Delta says keep Medica 2 and regen up.
Dia says KK. Dia says tie.
Delta says Lamau. I bonked him.
Dia says lol.
Delta says arm's length counts as a CD. Stagger defenses. Delta says hey, you got me as well.
Oh no.
Delta says nice rescue.
Dia says Tai lol.
Delta says wait.
Dia says GG type.
Delta says let's go.
Dia says did you get your level? Lol.
Delta says yeah, eat it. Level 100 Black Mage.
Tia says Draha Tia lets out a cheer.
Delta says just got 2 more DPS casters to get to 100. And a lot of other ones.
Dia says y'all too much lol.
Tia says Draha Tia bows. Long ears says Harold long ears ultras struts like a songbird.
Delta says GG.
Alright guys, so that's actually going to be the end of my stream today. I hope everybody has a great afternoon and evening. I will see you guys with tomorrow's stream. Let's see if I can get into 6.5 tomorrow.